In South America, UNODC and IQIC, through the generous support of the US government, are supporting countries in their efforts to operationalize SUDWEN. SUDWEN is by no means a new initiative. The need for regional cooperation to increase counter-wildlife trafficking efforts was recognized in 2014 when SUDWEN was established through the Sao Paulo Declaration. For a number of reasons, after Sao Paulo, it stopped there. The importance of strong and effective regional cooperation was clearly recognized in 2019 at the first high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade held in Lima, Peru, and also at the regional workshop on the illegal jaguar trade held in Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia. Over the past 2 years, UNODC has been working with countries in the regions to establish a platform to support the initial activities of SUDWEN. At the regional SUDWEN meeting that took place in December last year, more than 60 participants represented the national prosecution offices, the police, CITES, management authorities, and customs from 11 South American countries, and they came together over a 3-week period to share achievements and challenges in addressing wildlife crime and to discuss ways to strengthen the network. The outcome of the meeting was the draft terms of reference, prepared in a participatory manner, setting the foundations for the operationalization of SUDWEN. This critical document is currently under review by national governments in a process led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of participating countries. UNODC is supporting this review process, and it is our hope that in the course of this year, an agreement will be reached on a consensus document to be signed by participating SUDWEN countries, representing a milestone for regional cooperation in the field of wildlife enforcement in South America. Initial leadership of SUDWEN is of utmost importance, and as such, countries have been invited to express interest in taking the chairmanship role to lead the network for the first 2 years after the adoption of the terms of reference. Although UNODC and IQIC will continue to support SUDWEN, it can only be as strong as the country's commitment to strengthen regional cooperation. This is ultimately a country-led process. Thank you.
Gracias, Alan. Y ahora tengo el placer de ceder la palabra a la doctora Rowena Watson, quien es la jefa de la División de Conservación de la Vida Silvestre y la Lucha contra el Tráfico de Vida Silvestre del Departamento de Estado de los Estados Unidos. La palabra es tuya.
Hola. Can you hear me okay? I think I need the upgrade. I'm pleased to see all of you here. I worked with many of you since I also was fortunate to attend the 2019 High-Level Conference of the Americas on Illegal Wildlife Trade in Lima. And I'm also pleased to be here on behalf of the United States to acknowledge and reflect on the progress that SUDWEN has made and to hear from you on priorities for what's next. Among other goals, the Lima Declaration calls for strengthening of cross-border enforcement networks to improve coordination, investigations, and prosecutions for wildlife crime. Cooperation of SUDWEN countries not only helps advance shared goals for successful law enforcement and prosecution procedures, but also goals for biodiversity conservation and ensuring that nature is conserved and its benefits continue over the long term. I think we've heard a lot about nature conservation and biodiversity this morning at the rest of the conference, and certainly the SUDWEN network ties perfectly into these goals. The U.S. takes a whole-of-government approach to combating wildlife trafficking by working to strengthen law enforcement, reduce demand for illegal wildlife products, and build international cooperation to combat wildlife trafficking. No country can stop wildlife trafficking alone. That's one of the many reasons why the U.S. provides well over $100 million a year in foreign assistance to work with our partners and help countries combat wildlife crime. Being a leader in combating wildlife trafficking and working with all of you is something that the U.S. is very proud of, and it's one of our continued priorities, not only on the environmental fronts, but also for crime fronts. We continue to support your efforts to strengthen SUDWEN, including through our law enforcement attachés in U.S. embassies in Lima and Brasilia. These are agents that specialize in wildlife crime, and they're there to support the entire region, actually, not just Brazil and Peru. We're also working with our partners in USAID and many NGOs, many of whom I even see in this room, on efforts to combat nature crimes, including wildlife and timber trafficking and illegal mining, and those problems throughout South America, and how the convergence of those crimes is something that we all need to be aware of and tackle together. At the State Department, the OES Bureau is glad to have provided direct support to the SUDWEN meeting, including that first virtual meeting that we just had this past November, thanks to the great work that UNODC did. As was just outlined, there was tremendous progress there to finalize the terms, to develop the terms of reference, and the countries worked together and really did a tremendous job considering that that was a virtual effort. So we looking forward. The U.S. also plans to support a fourth global meeting of wildlife enforcement networks on the margins of the CITES COP19 in Panama this November. And CITES will convene the meeting in close collaboration with the IQIC partners alongside COP19. And the Secretariat will reach out to all the networks via their respective focal points directly. So we're really hoping to see a very strong showing for the SUDWEN partnership at the Global WEN meeting. Finally, or wrapping up, with this meeting, with the Global WEN meeting, it's really an opportunity to showcase the network's success, the SUDWEN network's success, and we urge the SUDWEN countries to go back to your governments in the coming months to seek official sign-off on the SUDWEN terms of reference. Adopting and established terms of reference will be a huge step in reinvigorating SUDWEN since its inception in 2014 through the São Paulo Declaration and the renewed commitments with the Lima Declaration in 2019. As has already been mentioned, the SUDWEN is an excellent mechanism for building capacity and judicial awareness and communication and intelligence sharing. It also is an outstanding platform for sharing information associated with financial crimes such as money laundering and tax evasion. So your collaboration in sharing information about traffickers and their networks will lead to smarter transboundary investigations, more sophisticated prosecutions, and perhaps most importantly, convictions of the criminal groups involved and dismantling these networks. Lastly, I want to thank the UNODC, as always, for your excellent work for SUDWEN and as part of the IQIC partnership, and all of your work these past several years to help make SUDWEN enjoy so much progress, and especially to the countries and the representatives of SUDWEN. Thank you, and I look forward to the rest of the panel.
Muchas gracias, Rowena. Quisiera también una vez más el apoyo generoso del gobierno de Estados Unidos de América por el apoyo financiero y político
support, both financial and political, to enable the transnational network SUDWEN. Additionally, I'd like to provide some context for what SUDWEN is. Today we have a panel of experts hailing from 3 countries and a colleague from the UNDCP. Each of them will share their take on how SUDWEN can operate, the participatory role of SUDWEN, illegal wildlife trade perspectives. Alejandro Mata will now provide some context from the UNDCP, and then we'll hear from Dr. Vega. Alejandro.
Muchas gracias, Jorge. Muy buenos días a todos.
Thank you very much, Jorge, and good day to all of you.
Vamos a ver si funciona.
Let's see if it works.
No. La anterior presentación, por favor.
The previous presentation, please.
Esta. Sí, muy bien. Ok, pero no está... ¿Hacia acá? Ahí. Bueno, ¿sí funciona o no? No está funcionando. Bueno, yo les digo que pasen las diapositivas. Muy buenos días a todos y es un placer para mí estar aquí con todos ustedes. En mi presentación les voy a hablar del marco general, los antecedentes de Sudwen, así como la situación actual y los pasos a seguir para fortalecer la red y su puesta en marcha. Siguiente slide, por favor. Sudwen, como ya escuchamos en la apertura, se estableció en septiembre del 2014 a través de la Declaración de Sao Paulo con el objetivo de aumentar y mejorar los esfuerzos de lucha contra el tráfico de vida silvestre en América del Sur. La iniciativa fue liderada por los ministerios públicos ambientales de América del Sur con el apoyo de la red de fiscales del medio ambiente de América Latina. La Declaración de Sao Paulo en su momento fue acompañada por un plan de acción liderado por las fiscalías de Brasil y del Perú. Pero a pesar de la cooperación transfronteriza existente para combatir el tráfico de vida silvestre, Sudwen lamentablemente no se puso formalmente en funcionamiento después de ser establecido. Sin embargo, como se mencionó antes, hay iniciativas regionales como fue el taller contra el tráfico de jaguar en Bolivia, como la primera conferencia de alto nivel
held in Bolivia,
en Lima,
as well as the high-level conference held in Lima, as well as this high-level conference, highlight the fact that illegal wildlife trade fight and struggle is a priority for the region. We've also identified that illegal wildlife trade is a grave crime, and we've also highlighted the need for international and regional cooperation. Therefore, South American countries reiterate their commitment to combat illegal wildlife trade. Recognizing the importance of Sudwen and highlighting the fact that crimes against wildlife are increasing in scale and volume in the region. The cooperation among IQUIC organizations, as well as with the financial support of the government of the United States, in recent years, support has been given to the efforts made in member countries in order to revitalize Sudwen. The main objectives of the network are, among others, to consolidate an effective network to develop cooperation among agencies when implementing wildlife regulation as well as criminal justice, to encourage joint activities and operations, to promote the exchange of best practices and intelligence information and technical experience, to strengthen legal frameworks to combat illegal wildlife trade and its ties with criminal organizations in South America, as well as to support the efforts made to increase skills and training. As we said, Sudwen is focused on cooperation among entities responsible for law enforcement in South America. It's important to highlight that this network is led by member countries in the region. We are here to support member countries in this effort to implement the network and its objectives. Thus far, a series of virtual meetings have been held to provide a platform for the initial activities of the network and the debates on the trends and traffic patterns in the region. At a technical level, the countries in the region have filled out a questionnaire in order to have a general view on the key aspects of the member countries of Sudwen. IQUIC has also developed guidelines of the WEN, which are useful for self-evaluation as well as to help us establish a new network or to strengthen an existing network. As mentioned earlier, at the end of last year, the first regional level was held on a regional level given the pandemic situation, where focal points were designated among the pertinent authorities, prosecutors' offices, customs authorities, and others. And over a 3-week period, more than 60 experts met, which was useful to exchange perspectives and experiences on how Sudwen could be incorporated and to provide the necessary structure for this network to be strengthened and implemented. By establishing these foundations for its operation based on the IQUIC guidelines, a draft was prepared in a participatory fashion. And this draft is currently being reviewed by member countries. This document has been shared with all foreign affairs offices to be assessed at a national level and be able to receive the input required to finalize this document. We are supporting this process at the UNDCP, and we hope to carry out the necessary steps in the coming months to facilitate an agreement, a signed agreement, on the text and to have an agreed upon document that must be agreed upon and signed by participating countries. The initial leadership SUDWEN's initial leadership is of great importance. Therefore, we have invited member countries to express their interest in taking on the role of presidents of the network to lead this network according to the terms of reference. Although the UNDCP and other partners of IQIP will continue supporting this important initiative, SUDWEN will be as strong as the commitment of the member countries to strengthen regional cooperation. Therefore, member countries' commitment is of vital importance in order for SUDWEN to be of use to the countries, for each country, as well as of use to the entire region. Finally, this is about a process led by countries to benefit the entire region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro. This is a South American network. How many countries are actively participating? Well, we have 11 countries, and we're missing a couple of some. Well, most of them are actually part of the network. Well, I think we need to carry out greater efforts to really have all countries as member countries. Yes, well, thank you, Alejandro. Now, I have the honor of requesting Flor de Maria Vega. She participated in the Sao Paulo meeting. She's an active member of the group which promoted the declaration of Sao Paulo in SUDWEN. So, Mrs., please take the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this panel. Now, I will speak from the prosecutor's standpoint. I'm a representative in my country as a member, as an official of the public minister. I am a national coordinator of the specialized prosecutors' offices in environmental affairs, and that's how my linkage with the synergy of what is happening in Peru comes from, and that's the standpoint from which I will speak. So we have 155 prosecutors at a national level who are concerned and invested in the judgment and trialing of all environmental crimes and affairs. So we work with different administrative offices. For example, we have the Forestry Service that is in charge specifically in fauna-related matters. The Silvestry Office, or CEFOR, is a national authority that is in charge of everything related to fishery. Also, the ATF, it's an acronym in Spanish, and also the different Coast Guard authorities that support us in preventive operations that we carry out with the armed forces together. Also, the National Police is our ally. We work with them, investigating all different crimes related to environmental affairs. Also, the OCIFERDIS is an organism, a national service organism for forestry and fauna-related and wildlife-related matters. So we'll talk about first the trends and methods detected in wildlife illegal trade. We've detected different modalities of illegal trade of wildlife, not only of alive species, but also already dead individuals of these species, as well as, for example, sales of its meat, flesh, and fat. The modus operandi that we've detected in the different meetings we've held is that these illegal trade parties have a frequent use of, for example, barriers. And what we're seeing now is for example, people that travel to different locations in Peru or even other countries of South America, and they basically collect the animals that will be later illegally traded. We're strongly working, for example, in everything related illegal wildlife trade through the internet. We've had a very effective case where we've been able to rescue a manatee that was being offered in sales through the internet. And so prosecutors are following up on these different cases. Also, for example, Postal Service dispatching of these wildlife species, especially for seahorses. Some time ago, actually, we carried out 2 successful operations on seahorses, and we achieved capturing people who had over 5,000 kilos. Each seahorse weighs less than 1 kilo, right? So imagine the amount of individuals of this species that were collected and illegally traded. Obviously, some of these illegal actors are knowing how we're acting, and now they're being sent by the Postal Service. And basically, prosecutors, together with the administrative authorities, to be able to detect these type of traffic, have widened the scope of what they're looking at because of these modus operandi. For example, they are masking these illegal wildlife trade through the Postal Service, saying that they are being gifts given to their family members. But we're seeing that rare species of spiders, for example, are being illegally traded. For example, we also see other frequent cases in Peru, for example, with Ana, whom we work hand in hand, regarding sharks. So these are declared as endangered sharks, but for example, we have the problem of shark fins being also illegally traded. We have over 28 tons of shark fins that have been traded in the last few years. These, in a 5-year span, we're talking about a great increase of shark fins being illegally traded. Also, the passaging through non-authorized passages or paths. We were just talking with some colleagues in Ecuador, and we have a problem together between these 2 countries. Well, to actually traffic or transit these shark fins that actually we actually had talked about this topic with a congressperson who came to this encounter as well. They actually go through 30 different location points from the Sierra of Peru. And shark fins, for example, in this case, are being transported. And at the coasts, we are prosecuting them. And we've been so successful that obviously these illegal actors are looking for other pathways. Our borders are certainly very permeable for these illegal events and actions. Now, destination countries are, for example, in the continent of Europe. Through information, we've held different meetings with the people from Pacto, and you, of course, from the UNDCP and different encounters we've had. We know the destination of our illegally wildlife trade, and that the destinations are, for example, the Netherlands, Belgium, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, France, and Germany, as well as China and Japan in Asia, as well as Thailand and Singapore, among others. Korea is also a quite appealing destination. In Latin America, we have the same problem that we share amongst the countries of Ecuador, Colombia, and Bolivia. However, and Peru, of course. However, our species are also trespassing the borders of these different Latin American countries. Now, in our countries, I would say that Loreto and Pujalpa are the locations in Peru where we have most diverse wildlife. All right, so the main species, I have just 5 minutes. So the main species that we know, I will just leave this slide. We've heard this morning, well, how, and I've just listened to Ms. Murillo's explanation. She mentioned the same species that are being illegally traded, and I think this is a cod crossing problem in Latin America. I have some species here. Also, the strengthening, for example, of the capacities of the prosecutors' offices and officials to capture these wildlife species. If we do not, I really strongly believe that if we do not train our officials and personnel, please, to the previous slide. So I do think that if we do not train our officials, they will not be strengthened to really face this. And why do, for example, environmental prosecutors' offices of Peru have such an acknowledgement at a Latin American and South American level? Well, I do believe it's because these prosecutors' officials are being strengthened by training, constant training. Therefore, their skill set in really identifying crimes and their capacity of really carrying out processes with a due diligence, because we're talking about criminal processes. It's of utmost importance. It's important because in the operations that they carry out with the different agencies we work with, well, this is something that makes me really proud. I am proud of leading this group of prosecutors because we're certainly achieving great success. For example, the support that we have from the U.S. Embassy in Peru, from USAID, meaning there are a set of entities that we've been able to do this. Not only have we achieved 16 different trainings, as this slide presents, we've done more than this up to date. And for example, recently we carried out a training on environmental crimes and, for example, seizings. It's very important that our prosecutors know in an immediate manner to be able to work with another prosecutor's official from another entity, and in an immediate manner really be able to seize all the assets of all these different illegal actors participating in, for example, illegal wildlife trade or illegal environmental matters trade. We've also carried out a high-level course. I think it's the only one actually being carried out in South America, and specifically about wildlife. And this is being carried out with WCS, who's supporting us economically to carry out this specific high-level course. And sometimes, for example, we even study, as part of the topics, the crime scene of these different illegal events. Therefore, it's very important that we work in an interinstitutional manner to really achieve the objectives that we set. And that's why we always meet with certain entities of our country to improve our work. Regarding technology, well, virtual platforms are a great ally. They've helped us a lot, as well as, for example, the claims from native and local communities. They are certainly helping us with information, and we read the claims. We receive the claims, and with these claims, we carry out our investigations with great success. So what are our main challenges? The main challenge in Peru specifically is how to incorporate wildlife illegal trade crimes in a law or a bill or an act against organized crime. We have great support within our Congress right now, and this bill has been approved in one area. We're currently learning that the judicial or the justice area needs to approve this. For example, we have a congressperson, the promoter of this bill, and we're quite delighted because surely in less than a month we will have a positive result, meaning an approval of this bill. And why do we believe it's very important for this bill to be approved? Well, to be able to provide best legal tools from the judicial or justice standpoint, with a better operation in terms of, for example, sentencing, investigation, and also criminal sentences or sanctions. I know I'm extending a bit, but I will just briefly end my presentation. So the main challenges at an international level, well, I believe it's of utmost importance to share the international successful experiences as well as the best practices within investigation, criminal investigation development, and also prosecution actions in terms of illegal wildlife trade. Also to exchange both technical and scientific knowledge about the illegal trade of wildlife and also fauna and flora. Also to guarantee the exchange of, for example, intelligence information. We're currently developing financial investigation techniques that allow us to, for example, analyze the financial flows and transactions of these illegal organizations. That's why it's very important that we work with other prosecutors' offices in other countries in terms of, for example, asset seizure, as well as fighting against crime. Now, I'd like to talk about the importance of SUDWIN for the environmental prosecution function. Now I will just briefly read the summary of this slide, and I think it's very clear as well. So the crimes against wildlife in Peru and South America constitute the greatest percentage of, for example, transnational criminal organization, and the responsible actors take advantage of the deficiencies of our national justice systems as well as public management system to evade administrative, criminal, and civil sanctions. I want to just point out that in Peru we're currently working on a binational topic with one of our country members as a host country, and we're doing a quite strong work, and we will carry out an operation such as the one we've carried out from in the Amazon region, but only regarding fauna-related topics. Following slide. Following, please. Okay, so what does Sudway represent? Well, for us, Sudway represents a platform to enable collaboration and communication within the region, and it will continue contributing to the exchange of information. We are very pleased to be able to participate in this meeting, and we want to thank the North American government through the UNDCP, which this is because we really wanted to participate actively in a network like this for the SUDWEN and see how SUDWEN is currently working, not only in South America, but in other Central American countries. So we want to thank this support that we're receiving since some years ago. And the Public Ministry of the Peruvian state, specifically from my office, from the coordination of wildlife trade matters, I applaud the fact that SUDWEN will continue to support this international cooperation. And the ministry wants to support and lead whenever it is necessary through our work so that SUDWEN can fully work. Thank you very much. I apologize. I went quite fast through my presentation. Thank you. Thank you. I know it's never enough time. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Adriana Santo. She is the Ecosystem Services and Forest Director for the for the Ministry of Sustainability and Environment in Colombia. Thank you very much. Thank you, and greetings to all. It's a pleasure to have you with us here in our country in this second high-level conference on illegal wildlife trade. So, as a first point, I'd like to highlight that SUDWEN as a catalyzer for cooperation. Next slide, please. Well, this is such an important space because it is also composed of many important entities, as we have assumed commitment of principle number 20 from the Lima conference. And I hope that we can really invest our efforts and our resources to be able to carry out the implementation of the latter. Alejandro informed that we were working in the creation of the terms of reference. And as a country, Colombia has had the opportunity to observe and also make recommendations, for example, in the case of, for example, natural kingdoms, and to take into account others, such as, for example, algae and fungi, which are also objectives in illegal wildlife trade, at least in the South American hemisphere. So the government of Colombia, in its different progress and in its commitment to the strengthening of this strategy against the illegal wildlife trade in our country, well, since the year 2000, we've been working in this strengthening strategy, as well as an alignment strategy with different entities, such as, for example, the National Environmental System of Colombia, in which, for example, we have 33 different autonomous regional corporations, meaning the urban environmental authorities, for example, the national natural parks, as well as the environmental licenses agency, ANLA by its acronym in Spanish, as well as investigation institutes of the Pacific area, the Amazon, the Andean, and the Caribbean coast, and the Caribbean, Atlantic, and Pacific coasts. Also within the scheme of governance of illegal wildlife trade, we have other subscribed agencies, such as, for example, the National Prosecutor's Office of the country, the National Police, and of course, the Customs Agency and authorities, which in Colombia is DIAN by its acronym in Spanish. We have participated in the local committee in each jurisdiction. And we've talked about illegal wildlife trade. And in the year 2020, we reached 18,000 seizings of wildlife species, as well as 82,000 of flora individual species. So this, without a doubt, within, for example, endangered species that are declared as endangered by the UNODC, and which are within the CITES Convention as well. So the CITES Convention as well. Well, this scourge has obviously affected different communities, and this is not only tied to the economic possibility of livelihoods for many communities, but also, for example, effects on illegal or tied to illegal mining or other illegal activities. And the UNDCP, without a doubt, has helped us in this monitoring activities from the Convention of Lima. And within the challenges we have ahead, we need to start also working much more connected within countries. Well, this crime has been evident in some years, but since the Act 2102 from year 2021, this bill, what we did through this bill is to have a specific article on fauna illegal trade. We have had over 23,000 people who have been detained or captured under this crime. And we have age ranges between, sanctions of a minimum of 100 legal minimum wages in Colombia. So I think that all these are positive advances, because we see that we have over $23 billion involved in these illegal activities. This is information from the National Police. And following to this, we've identified a need of strengthening public policy, not only in the traceability networks or systems for fauna and their different mechanisms and instruments, but also through the information system. We have over 50 entities in the national territory, as the ones I have mentioned, and we have an issue of Act 2153, and this is an act related to traceability monitoring of each fauna individual that is being illegally traded in the country, and this activity will, of course, allow us to identify this illegal wildlife trade. Currently, it is done in a manual manner. However, we really want to achieve a more technological fashion with which to do this. Following slide, please. So we've seen through the social problem that, for example, in Córdoba department, this is a sector that is very close to a national park, and what we've seen is that communities are very much indoctrinated by illegal armed groups, not only for illicit or illegal activities, but also, for example, for fauna illegal trade. For example, these species, these individuals are literally enclosed in envelopes and sent through the postal service. We have quite an effort done. Sorry, we have a special species. This is the specific species of bear, which is endangered, a sloth bear to be specific, and this sloth bear is quite illegally traded. So what we've seen is a clear need to strengthen ourselves, and we definitely see in Sudwen a catalyzer and a certain type of bridge, so that we can, with other countries, really exchange these different actions that are necessary and also determine actions due to illegal trade. Actually, next week, the country will have more control operations in the roads, in, for example, species such as the Icotea turtle, quite appealing, especially for the holiday of Easter in our country. And we're carrying out campaigns to raise awareness on this topic. However, we do see the need of implementing, for example, this act on environmental crimes, and these type of operations have been carried out in the different territories. Finally, I want to highlight what the Ministry of Environment and the different entities have worked on, which are control operations in the roads, as well as campaigns for environmental raising of awareness. We believe that as part of these terms that hopefully can be finally drafted in a document, well, we need to really carry out raising awareness campaigns. And I think something that the pandemic has taught us and that can help us strengthen is to have these campaigns done in real time. And of course, in Colombia, with our environmental national school called Savia by its name in Spanish, we have progressed in these raising of awareness within communities, within students, so that can we really highlight the importance of protecting fauna and flora. As part of this, I want to also highlight the different commitments that we've subscribed to. With, for example, we've also worked on environmental corridors. With WCS, we've worked on the environmental corridors, as well with the Pantera Foundation, specifically on the recovery of the Onca panther. Without a doubt, this is a species that is not only endangered, but is part of one of the commitments that we've subscribed to from the Lima Convention from 2021. So, of course, we really wish that we can advance on this specifically. Following slide, please. And these different activities that we've developed must continue to be strengthened. We as government think that this cannot be tasks assigned to this government or previous ones. These tasks must be cut-crossing to all the different actions, portfolios, and agencies associated to this topic in the country for the preservation of these flora, fauna, and wildlife in the country. But in terms of illegal wildlife trade, we need to continue strengthening this governance that I think this act or bill on environmental crimes definitely supports. However, we need to continue developing different decrees and work with different entities. Therefore, SUDWIN for us is of utmost importance, and we're very much looking forward to signing this document and to support each other in this cooperation, since they've helped us in at least 50% of our territory, not only in terms of fighting illegal wildlife trade, but also in regards to conservation efforts that are aimed at protecting the different fauna species, and also carrying out these campaigns that I've mentioned about environmental awareness raising in, for example, the specific Chocó geographical territory, as well as the Colombian Amazon as important areas. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adriana. We're also very much looking forward to country signing and ratify the terms of references. Now I'd like to give the floor to Alejandro Macchiello. He needs no introduction because we've seen him in the plenary session.
The great thing about being the last one is that we can just adhere to what was said in previous presentations. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to be here today. We are very grateful for the SUDWIN network. Perhaps the objective of the network is interregional activity and cooperation among countries in the region, but I must say that internally it's also been extremely useful. We've supported each other when drafting the terms of reference, and this has allowed us to streamline cooperation among customs authorities, law enforcement, etc. So it has been extremely useful. Even the exercise of drafting the terms of reference to be able to improve internal relations and accelerate them. As we explained earlier, in 2020, the Brigade for Environmental Control was created, and the idea was to channel through this agency all activities while respecting the other authorities, but centralizing it at a federal level. Traffic is mostly by land, trucks and vehicles, also by plane, as well as maritime train. This here has a lot to do with the work of the SUDWEN network. Oftentimes there was traffic by forging documents, and by not having people who were fully trained at the Customs Authority, they could present a different type of form at the Customs Authority. So by looking into it, we found that it was a matter of traffic. They were substituting the samples or the animals that were being declared. This has happened to us with reptiles and other animals. This is when they closed one of the largest zoos in our country, one of the most important ones. Here what we find are pictures such as the one below, where we'd see that they were hunting large felines in Argentina, exotic animals. So we had to work legally, where we see that people have come to Argentina to hunt these animals. So we've been working internally on this, and it's important that we work with the network to counter this, because this trophy is something that will not be able to exit Argentina by any legal channel, but it will be leaving Argentina, and that's why the region needs to work in a coordinated fashion. Okay, this is the creation of the sanctuary and the national network. Because the next problem that arises has to do with when we find these feline nurseries, what will we do with these animals that have been found? These are exotic animals, and they will not be able to be reintroduced to our country. So by this network, what we're looking to do with the various jurisdictions is to provide financial assistance in order to care for the animals that have been rescued. These are strategies that have come to light recently, prohibiting the export of trophy wildlife animals and their traffic among jurisdictions. This is something that's with a legal aspect, but just for you to better understand. Argentina has a federal system. Therefore, the national resources belong to the jurisdictions. Therefore, the national government cannot prohibit an activity if that jurisdiction wishes to carry it out or authorize it. Today in Argentina, this is working. So what was forbidden at a national level is the export. If you want to allow hunting, it must be allowed only within your jurisdiction. So these are all of the activities that we have found. Next slide, please. This work has to do with what we mentioned, and it's about how we have been working in a coordinated fashion with the security forces as well as the prosecutors. Before, if there was some kind of a publication, the first thing that was done was to file a claim. All of this work, well, there are prosecutors that have specialized in environmental matters, but these kind of specific crimes might correspond to other kinds of prosecutors. So we continue working with the security forces on this. With this, I will close. This is a procedure that began as a narcotics procedure. They began to find that there were plants that had some active components. or mescaline. So how can they had started as a narcotics operation, but it ended up being something else. So thank you very much for your time. We're now going to share a video with you from our colleague from Finland, Brazil. Good day.
Razões pessoais, eu não pude estar pessoalmente com vocês aí, mas ainda assim é um prazer participar dessa importante discussão. Hoje eu vou falar rapidamente sobre como a sociedade civil pode apoiar as UNs. As UNs são redes de combate a crimes contra espécies silvestres. E o motivo pelo qual elas têm potencial para serem tão eficazes é o fato de elas terem sido estabelecidas especificamente para este fim, provendo um fórum para que países atuem conjuntamente em diferentes frentes contra o tráfico de espécies silvestres. As UNs institucionalizam redes que eram baseadas apenas em relações pessoais e motivação de servidores governamentais. Entretanto, essas redes informais, elas são tão voláteis quanto são as posições desses agentes, tornando-se, portanto, efêmeras. Assim, a UN precisa tanto da institucionalização, que será conduzida por pontos focais com poder de decisão, muitas vezes de nível ministerial, e que envolverá o estabelecimento de termos de referência, de um secretariado, do aporte de recursos, entre outros, assim como da sua operacionalização, que envolverá pontos focais de nível operacional, mas com competência para atuar internacionalmente, e com conhecimento das questões específicas do tráfico, para poder definir focos em diferentes espécies ou regiões geográficas, para estabelecer e desenvolver um plano operacional. Portanto, na minha visão, os três pilares da UN são o pilar institucional, o pilar operacional e os recursos que permitem a existência de ambos. E por que o apoio da sociedade civil é interessante? Os governos têm autoridade, competência e poder para atuar, mas a sociedade civil tem flexibilidade, inovação e expertise. Os criminosos são rápidos e criativos, e uma resposta de sucesso precisa superá-los. A sociedade civil pode apoiar as UNs de diversas maneiras, desde expertise e apoio técnico, apoio para a criação de vontade política e mudanças legislativas, contatos, apoio para a organização das comunicações, de eventos e fóruns de discussão, compilação e análise de dados, apoio ao estabelecimento de subgrupos operacionais, como, por exemplo, os grupos de trabalho multiagência e transnacionais para combater o tráfico de espécies silvestres, ou SIGs, Special Investigation Groups. O SIG consiste em agências de aplicação da lei de diversos países que têm um objetivo comum de esclarecer e interromper uma cadeia de suprimento ilícita transfronteiriça. É um fórum liderado por órgão governamental para a troca de informações, sempre respeitando os protocolos internacionais, e para a condução de operações contra o tráfico de espécies silvestres. É uma solução rápida, ágil e comprovada para melhorar a colaboração transfronteiriça e operacionalizar o UN. Assim, o SIG pode ser encarado como um subgrupo operacional no escopo da UN, com foco em determinados países, ora em regiões geográficas, ora em determinadas espécies. O objetivo de estabelecer um SIG é fornecer um fórum e meios para que agentes de diferentes instituições governamentais, de diferentes países, no caso, identifiquem prioridades, troquem informações e planejem a colaboração para desmantelar essas cadeias de abastecimento do tráfico. A estrutura do SIG é sempre mantida pequena para garantir a confiança e a segurança das informações trocadas e abrange um ponto focal de cada uma dessas instituições governamentais dos países envolvidos: Polícia de nível federal, Ministério Público Federal, alfândega, autoridades sites e, quando possível, unidade de inteligência financeira ou anti-lavagem de dinheiro e ou unidade anticorrupção. É interessante notar que, às vezes, os pontos focais do SIG vão ser os mesmos que os pontos focais da UN, mas em alguns casos não, porque o perfil dos participantes do SIG é bastante específico. O participante do SIG precisa, por exemplo, ter competência para atuar em casos transnacionais, mas também precisa ter conhecimento sobre o tráfico de espécies silvestres e atuar diretamente em casos. E os SIGs, claro, também podem funcionar em colaboração com diversas organizações, como, por exemplo, a Interpol, o Fish and Wildlife Service, o UNODC, a CITES, entre outros. Nos últimos anos, a Freeland e parceiros vêm trabalhando para apoiar o estabelecimento do SIG Jaguar. E nos próximos anos, já temos outros SIGs planejados. Portanto, a sociedade civil pode somar e se tornar um apoio extra para que as UNs sejam sólidas, duradouras e, o mais importante, eficazes. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado a Juliana de Freeland, y con eso damos terminado nuestro evento.
Thank you very much to Juliana as well, and with this we will close our event. I'd just like to thank our audience for being with us, and hopefully you leave this room appreciating much more the importance of strengthening and really implementing SUDWEN, as well as a thank to our colleagues from Peru, Colombia, Argentina, among other countries. Our colleagues have really taken a very active role within SUDWEN, and we certainly hope that throughout this year we can sign the terms of reference and that a country can request the chairmanship, and that the next time that we're all gathered here we can inform you about other operations and works in progress at a South American level. Thank you very much all, and I wish you a good afternoon.
afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel on reducing demand. And thank you to all of you joining us through YouTube. We have very little time. However, I do think this is a very important panel that does need the presentation of these great projects led by our panelists. And I also think it's important for us to have a dialogue exchange. Our panelists will give a brief presentation and later we will ask questions. Also, if you have questions, you're welcome to ask them. So let's start. Illegal and non-sustainable illegal wildlife trade is an important threat for the survival of many species. To prevent these crimes efficiently, we must identify the different agents and stakeholders of the chain, as well as the motivations that are driving their activities. Therefore, the strategies the demand reduction strategies have been definitely taken into account as a central point, but specifically in terms of the compliance of law against treatment. This was part of the resolution of 17.4 of the CITES on demand reduction strategies. And this new resolution affirms that without complementary efforts to really drive these demand reduction strategies, the application of the law by itself may not be enough to really eliminate or delete this threat. It also highlights that demand reduction strategies can create a much more efficient behavior changes and must be really aimed or based on proofs, evidences specific for each species and each country. The main reason for illegal activity is demand and consumption. Without, for example, demand of exotic pets, wildlife pets, for example, tropical timber, furniture, or any other food or drinks that have substances from wildlife, well, these different crimes and activities would reduce significantly. Therefore, it's crucial to acknowledge the effort, or the participation of consuming countries to really reduce imports and also consumption of wildlife. Any strategy that is aimed at, for example, reducing wildlife trafficking must elaborate or must contemplate the illegal demand of flora and fauna. To this point, in another presentation, Jacqueline Schneider had made a point towards this. I don't want to quote her extensively, but she briefly said, any good or wildlife asset that is demanded, well, all suppliers will make an effort to supply or satisfy their demand, because they do know that there are paths or illegal ways through which they can sell. There is an opportunity of selling those demanded assets or goods to those who use them, or they are much more willing and also capable to sell them to consumers, final consumers. So today we have a quite a distinguished group of experts to discuss this topic, and we will now start with a presentation from Callum Watt. He is a senior policy advisor from the DEFRA, specifically the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs of the UK. So thank you very much, Callum. After him, we will continue.
Recording in progress.
Hello everybody, many thanks to Alejandra for her introduction there. I'm very happy to be with you here all today to introduce a new project that we are funding, that the UK government is funding in Latin America and the Caribbean, working in partnership with Traffic and CITES to pilot draft CITES demand reduction guidance in the region. I'm also joined by Gail Burgess, who is hopefully online. And she is the project lead at Traffic, and we'll be dialing in for the panel discussion as well later on. Next slide. So today I'm going to give you a bit of background on this new project that we're announcing, a quick overview of its aims and outputs, and then outline the next steps, including how you can get involved. So firstly, as a bit of background, to help parties develop demand reduction strategies under CITES Resolution 17.4, Traffic have developed draft CITES guidance on demand reduction. The guidance includes a 5-step process and benchmark criteria to enable non-specialists to design and implement effective demand reduction strategies. The draft guidance was well received at Standing Committee last month, and have now recommended that parties consider its formal adoption at CITES COP19 later this year. Given the global and varied nature of demand for IWT products, there is now a need to test the usability and relevance of this guidance within a regional context around the world, to continue its development and to support decision-making at COP19. So the project that we are introducing you to today will pilot the draft CITES demand reduction guidance within Latin America and the Caribbean to assess its effectiveness at building the capacity of CITES parties to implement demand reduction strategies and inform decision-making at COP19. The project outputs, you can see here, will be first to deliver a region-specific briefing paper and workshop for parties to support their understanding of the guidance. This will be delivered in local languages using local insights and case studies to illustrate the 5-step process covered in the guidance. Ultimately, it will test the guidance within a regional context. The second outputs is the design and implementation of a research protocol to identify species, consumer behavior, and an audience to target with demand reduction strategies in the region. This work will provide a case study for conducting the critical first step in the 5-step process outlined in the guidance, and will provide an evidence base for future demand reduction strategies in the region. Lastly, we're hoping to conduct a side event at CITES COP19, where we'll be sharing outputs and lessons learned from the project, including the briefing paper, workshop, and research protocol design. And this will help inform decision-making at COP19. So here's a rough outline of a rough timeline for delivery of the project. We're hoping to run the workshop itself in June or July, and we'll be contacting parties in the region directly with information on this shortly. In the meantime, we'd love to hear from people from countries and organizations that want to support the work. So, in particular, we'd like to hear from parties that might be interested in hosting the workshop in person, or from organizations that have case studies that could be used in the workshop or briefing paper. So if you'd like to get involved with the project, please reach out to myself or Gail. You've got our email addresses there. And that's my presentation for now. Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias, Carmen. Tenemos a Gail. Bueno, va a estar ella disponible en caso de si tienen preguntas, ella puede responder sobre el proyecto, ¿no? Tiene más detalles del proyecto. O la pueden contactar por email también.
You can also contact her via email, as stated before. Great, thank you. Well, now we have a presentation from Daniela. She is a biologist from conservation, and she's a specialist in renewable resources, and she's a coordinator in restoration for the Amazon Barbarensis project from the WG in Venezuela. Daniela will talk about the reduction and also demand reduction strategies of specific species that are endangered in Venezuela. Thank you very much, Alejandra, for your brief introduction. Colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to be here with you and to be able to approach you and talk to you about what we're doing from this NGO in Venezuela called Provita. In terms of the change of behavior, in terms of the demand reduction strategies for wild bird life in Venezuela. Wildlife trafficking is a topic that someone says here, and this has been a topic that is normally treated, for example, in terms of control measures, for example, quota, extraction quota, seizures, etc. This has always been a much more focused approach on symptoms and not really on the causes. So amongst other motivations of the different stakeholders that... Can you hear me well? All right, so understanding the different motivations of the different stakeholders and actors that act within the illegal trafficking chain, such as, for example, extractors, intermediaries, or brokers, and final consumers, as well as understanding the different interactions amongst them, is absolutely key to be able to design different interventions that can allow us to really tackle the root cause, and in this way, design effective public policies and measures. I apologize, the pointer isn't working.
Bueno, sigamos, no importa.
Understanding these motivations really require multidisciplinary approaches beyond what we're used to with, for example, conservation traditional projects, such as, for example, education projects and also raising awareness projects. There are great examples about how to integrate, for example, sociology and psychology and communication concepts to really integrate them into conservation projects. I think there are great examples with large mammals, or for example with flagship species, for example tiger, rhinoceros, and tambourine in Asia and Africa, but very few examples have been developed in Latin America. Partially because access to resources such as, for example, lessons learned, tools, protocols, guidelines are quite limited by a language barrier. Most of these are published in English and are also quite dispersed. On the other hand, we have the case that these are quite difficult to integrate or adapt to the Latin American context. In our project, we've proposed as a general objective to increase the adoption of best practices in the design, implementation, and also in the evaluation of, for example, behavior change campaigns to be able to reduce and increase both the taxonomical scope as well as the geographical scope of these type of campaigns. We propose to do this through implementing behavioral change campaigns that are focused in reducing demand of certain species, specifically bird life of Venezuela, such as, for example, the Venezuela cardinalito or the cotorra cabeza marino. We also propose to create different guidelines and strategies and tools to monitor behavioral change campaigns that are adapted to the Latin American context. Our case studies are specifically in two flagship birds, Venezuelan birds, both threatened or endangered at a national and global levels, extinct, largely extinct in comparison to its original distribution, such as the two species later mentioned, previously mentioned, but though both of these have different extraction methods. For example, the cardenalito bird has an extraction context that ranges from a high specialized trafficking that occurs in very exclusive niches. And in the case of the cotorrita bird, the general demand is specific in local communities, and they are trafficked to be used as pets. The demand in both cases has been achieved through different baseline studies that Provita NGO has carried out throughout the years. Now we are quite positioned to be able to incorporate this evidence and therefore design behavioral change campaigns that are adapted to the social, cultural, and behavioral context of the local communities with which and in which we are working in. So from the NGO Provita, we're quite convinced that preservation is a human act, believe that change is possible. We deeply wish to promote an alternative behavior to the demand of fauna and flora that can enable sustainable livelihoods in the communities that coexist with these species. We also believe in the potential of each person and individual to be part of the change, and that each individual action counts. We deeply believe that these changes will be positive both for wildlife fauna as well as for communities and audiences that are part of this change. We also believe in actions based on evidence. We promote the use of standards and protocols used in the most updated scientific information. We believe that the design, implementation, and monitoring of these different activities must be a transparent process, also scalable and also prone to evaluation. We believe as well in collaboration efforts. We believe to also create partnerships with different decision-making agencies, governments, and NGOs to share our experiences and exchange our best lessons learned on how to design, implement, and evaluate these campaigns to disincentivize or demotivate these behaviors on demand of these wildlife and fauna species. With these words, I'd like to close off with one of the quotes of our founders. He says, "Conservation works if we all contribute. Conservation can be a reality, and we can all contribute to caring for our planet." On behalf of our team, I want to thank you all.
Muchas gracias, Daniela.
Thank you very much, Daniela. I just want to confirm, is Paloma our next speaker online? Paloma Bellatin, she is a senior advisor at BIT Americas, where she investigates or researches, she will present case studies based on behavioral science as tools to promote behavioral change related to wildlife demand and supply. And also wildlife demand and supply in Brazil and Peru. This is part of the behavioral insights team of the BIT and WCS. Please go ahead, Paloma. Thank you. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can. Great. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here. I see that you have my presentation already on shared screen. Great. So this has been a very interesting panel. It's a pleasure for me to be sharing my presentation with you today. And thank you very much for your invitation. So I want to tell you a bit about these campaigns, these behavioral change campaigns that we're currently designing together with the WCS, and this is an example of how to apply behavioral change specifically in wildlife trafficking in 5 countries. But before this, I'd like to point out a bit about what I am referring to with behavioral sciences specifically. Following slide, please. All right, so I'd like to start. I don't know if there are Peruvians in this room that perhaps recognize the case of Run Run. Run Run was a fox. He was a wild fox that was sold to a family in the outskirts of Lima as a pet, as a home pet. And neighbors realized that this was a wild animal, and their family was prosecuted by the authorities as they tried to take him to a safe spot. Basically, what this movement or this situation created a national raising of awareness, and basically lots of conversations were ignited about wildlife trafficking. As of this case was quite trending in Twitter, and this has something that was never before seen in terms of wildlife conservation. And this is what, throughout this case, we analyzed, for example, how this victim bias could be identified. So we can all agree on the fact that, well, it's important, or that rather conservation is important. However, we don't feel this topic perhaps as close to us unless we see the specific effects on a specific animal. And in this case, this animal was very much appealing to the Peruvian population. And this is just one example of how actually there's an idiom that is quite approved by the psychology field that, for example, 1,000 affected people by a situation is quite sad, but one affected person of which all their story is not told is quite a tragedy. So I think that is one way in which, from the behavioral science field, we think, and how social sciences are also linked, and how we all have certain psychological biases in terms of considering a victim or not. Although there are thousands of animals being trafficked, the story, the deepness of a story of one specific animal being trafficked can create certain traction and much more support from the civil society. So let's talk about what are behavioral sciences specifically.
Thank you. So behavioral science is based on the fact that we have, well, our mind is divided into 2 parts. One part, which is a rapid system. It takes quick, impulsive decisions. It allows us to move around the world, and it helps us to decide whether or not we want an additional mug of coffee quickly. We can't stop to reflect on that. And so this part of our brain allows us to make these quick decisions. To, for example, step away from the road if a fast car is approaching. The slow system helps us to learn new things, and it helps us to exercise self-control. Next slide, please. What happens is that oftentimes we apply the rapid or fast system when we should be applying the slow system. So this has to do with how reactionary we are when we make decisions. What's true is that we all make decisions based on our context. We're making decisions, multiple decisions throughout the day, based on the situations that surround us. So oftentimes public policy and also communication campaigns and observation systems don't take into account the fact that we usually operate with our fast system. As humans, we make fast decisions based on the current context, which is why trying to change hearts and minds versus trying to change behavior can be very complex. and it oftentimes is not very successful. So oftentimes, more traditional social change campaigns are not the most effective ones. Next slide, please. Do you also? We're working on emphasizing what we can do to change behavioral science, to change the behavior of those who purchase wildlife, taking into account the fact that we are not rational in our behavior. We will not always reflect on what we do before we do, but rather taking into account that we are impacted by what others do, what others think of us, or with what's easier at the moment, or the desire to do something at the moment. So taking these into account, we worked with qualitative data and conducted 5 case studies in the region. And with each of these, we're preparing ideas of solutions that can be implemented. So I'm going to briefly share with you some of these based on the framework we used for behavior change, which goes by BIT. Basically what it means is that if you want to have someone do something, you need to keep it simple, attractive, social, and timely. Here I'm going to explain what I mean by each of these. So let's start with the first, simple solutions. In Bolivia, for example, we have the problem of jaguar trafficking. So what we've identified with our local team is that the main objective is to have environmental prosecutors having more jaguar trafficking processes begin prosecution. So how can we keep it simple for them to make this happen? This is an idea that we might implement, and it's to provide prosecutors with simple instructions on the mechanisms that currently exist to be able to process these crimes. The idea is for this to be easy to digest. So infographics or other easy to digest information. By simplifying the process and how it can be done, we believe it can have a much greater impact and be much more effective. So in Brazil, the problem that we prioritized was that of urban consumption in the Amazons of turtle meat. It's often that it be used in celebrations and religious ceremonies. So again, trying to implement a traditional campaign to convince people that this is not good, that it's a bad practice, is basically telling them that what they're doing is bad without actually offering an alternative, and we don't believe that would be very effective. Rather, we think that a social strategy could work better because we are easily influenced by what others do, and we generally pay attention to what others do, influential people do. We don't pay the same attention to everyone. So what we have found with the local team is that we can have religious leaders from these communities so we can take people that are influential within the community and have them contribute in providing alternatives to these dishes. Finally, we mentioned the need for these solutions to be timely. So the moment in which you receive the information, maybe you are at home or in your office or listening to the radio, and you receive a message, and it's a message that makes a lot of sense. But if the message doesn't reach you at the right moment in time, then it's less likely for it to have an impact on your behavior. So for example, in the case of Colombia, we're looking for ways to encourage. So there are many communities that take wildlife as to be traded as pets or as gifts. So the idea is to identify which are the contact points, and in those points of contact, make sure that we have messages about alternatives that are cost-efficient, for example, in the specific points in time where these transactions oftentimes take place. So that's a key point. I believe there was one missing, which is for it to be attractive. Slide number 9. Slide number 9. Slide number 9 about attractive messages. A couple slides up. Maybe it looks like we can't find that slide, so if you don't mind just... Oh, there it is. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Here the idea is when it comes to consumers, urban consumers, that purchase wildlife as pets. I just didn't want to skip this because we believe these are 4 key rules to be able to communicate. So something attractive. In Ecuador, what we have prioritized is having urban consumers, those who buy wildlife as pets, in order to have this message be more attractive for this audience. We can consider the prestige behind these messages and instead emphasize the cost associated over time. All the costs involved in caring for wildlife. So, for example, having an account with many different items and to have the big price tag for each item and then the total cost in red. So to really make it clear the cost associated to having one of these animals as a pet and having these very, very visible, large, in places where it's easy to find and specifically close to the places where these transactions occur. We believe this is a solution and it's one that we are considering. Sharing this information and making it be very attractive, easy to digest. So these are the 4 key points when it comes to communications to achieve social change. And I'm very happy to answer any questions that arise and to be involved in the panel. Thank you very much for your time and attention once again. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. So before you press mute, there are many authorities in our audience, various ministries. This could be very interesting for their campaigns. Is there a place where they can reach you? Or do they download this information from a website? How can we reach you, not only via email, but if there's also like information that can be downloaded or reached online? More information on this method. Absolutely. There's a publication in more general terms, not specifically discussing wildlife, but more in general that can be applied to any topics, which can be found on our website. And I'm very happy if you ask and send me an email. I just shared my email with you, and I'm happy to share these slides with you as well as more information, more specific information with regard to behaviors linked to conservation. Unfortunately, these presentations are very short. We're only seeing the general information, but please do not hesitate to reach out to any of the panelists for more information and details. There's much more behind each of Daniela's projects. So what they're trying to implement in the project, there's much more behind it. So please reach out to them, because what we have here is just a brief glimpse of what they have. So I don't want to take up more time to wrap up this panel with Valentina, who also has something very interesting to share that's not oftentimes discussed in these forums. Thank you. Ale. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce you. Valentina is the director of Universo Mola. It's an international movement for sustainable fashion in Latin America. She is a fashion designer and expert in sustainability applied to fashion. Valentina is going to discuss strategies for sustainability in the fashion sector. Just one sec while I find the presentation. Okay, thank you very much. It really is an honor to be here because this is a space for the fashion industry that we are not often given. So thank you so much. Lots of times we think fashion is superficial, Vogue magazines, etc. But the truth is that each and every one of you dress each and every day. Therefore, it is important. And that's why this industry is important. Well, very briefly, my name is Valentina Suarez. I'm a fashion designer, as Ale said. But the most important thing here is that I am a Latin America promoter. And this is important because we're speaking of biodiversity in Latin America. And the fact that we created Universo Mola has to do with feeling Latin America as a whole, as one entity. I work at a foundation called Entre Soles y Lunas. This foundation is based in Uruguay, and we work in line with three key pillars: heritage, fashion. Well, this has to do with how we as human beings can help to reassess who we are. And who we are also has to do with our natural heritage and our cultural heritage. When we speak of sustainable development, we're speaking of dignifying life. And our life has to do with our environment as well. So, based on this, we created Universo Mola. Universo Mola is an international movement of sustainable fashion, sustainable Latin American fashion. What we do is promote networking among the entire chain in the fashion industry. So we're not only designers, we're also craftspersons, producers, weavers, salespersons, transporters. We are many different professions that are part of this industry. And that's what makes their impact so significant. We are one of the industries that have the greatest, that most contaminate or pollute the planet, unfortunately. And our sector has an impact on many people, and this also makes this industry very important. We're looking to find alternatives for regenerative development. In other words, leaving everything better than the way we found it. Not only neutralizing our impact, in other words, tying, but instead to achieve better well-being for all those who are on this planet. Again, I repeat, we all wear clothes every single day, which is why it's so important. When we speak of traffic, of wildlife traffic, we know one of the final uses is in fashion. This use in fashion has to do with skin, scales, feathers, hair, fangs, among other parts of our beloved animals. Look at these awful figures that I found in 2013. It looks like it was a long time ago, but it was not long ago. In international markets, 3,500 tons of reptile skins were sold. We know these are among the skins that are most trafficked. This has an impact equivalent to about $650 million, and it's equal to 50 million animals, practically the population of humans in Colombia. Just imagine. We have many different species that are part of the fashion industry, part of illegal traffic. We have kangaroos, llamas, foxes, dogs, we know of from the films, for example. Something else that's very important here is the luxury aspect of things. And I'm going to discuss this for a moment because among this world of illegal traffic, there are two main motivations. The first is economic or financial. It's very profitable, as we know. And the other is a cultural aspect, which is what I'm going to focus on because it's what I'm most familiar with. So the first has to do with communities' beliefs. This is something that we discussed this morning, and it has to do with cultural beliefs, for example, when it comes to lucky charms or linked to abundance or amulets. that have to do with cultures, communities, and their worldviews. But that oftentimes doesn't mean that this is okay. And this is something that we need to keep in mind. And of course, lots of this is sourced from exotic species. This is one of the ones that most concerns me, but that is also very easy to change, as Paloma said, and it's the resignification of luxury. And this is something that can be addressed from the sustainability standpoint, more generally speaking. So aspirational fashion sells us a lifestyle to aspire to, how we should be or act. And when we say that luxury is to be wearing foxskin, we're doing things wrong. That's something that we can change. This behavior, this consumption behavior. So the message we can give is that that's not exotic or extravagant. Wearing animal skin, we need to change that way we picture in our mind. There's something else that we identified at Universo Mola, and it's changing business models. This has to do with luxury companies or fast fashion that are using very contaminating systems. But additionally, we can identify new materials, because that's basically what we're speaking of, materials. And we can use regenerative materials, such as, for example, linen, jute, or other materials that come from a regenerative culture, not monocultures. I repeat, this is important. And something else we mentioned today, which is responsible communication, aspiring to a new form of luxury. And this here is what's the most important aspect, being able to change consumption trends via meaningful communication. I'll be brief here. Business models that can support us. Secondhand selling, resale, vintage, upcycling design, which means designing based on existing materials, or on demand and pre-order, which are other business models that can help us to compensate for fast fashion, which is what we're used to. When we're referring to materials, we have biomaterials, regenerative fibers, and even fiber recycling. Of course, we need to consider many, many different aspects within each and every one of these universes. And finally, when referring to responsible communication, we have campaigns, sales points. We oftentimes forget that that is where we have the first point of contact with the purchase. Advertisement. I don't know if you saw that Gucci ad, or the luxury brands that are harming us so significantly. So it starts there, re-signifying luxury. And finally, events. And on this point, I'd like to highlight that the London Fashion Week was the first one that said it was going to be fur-free. In other words, they were not going to allow fur on their catwalks. This is of utmost importance, because it's these large spaces or stages where we can begin to reduce the demand for these materials that lead to illegal trade of wildlife. Thank you very, very much. I'm leaving you my contact information so that you can follow us and know what we're doing in Latin America. And please feel free to reach out to me today or tomorrow. And tomorrow there will be a side event where we're going to discuss these topics in greater depth. Thank you very much.
Valentín, hiciste 2 minutos, lo hiciste en 2 minutos. Perfecto. Yo tengo ahora...
Thank you. And now, well, there are a set of questions, but we don't have enough time. But if you have questions, which I think is the most important part, I also have a list I made myself of some questions, and I know that there are different representatives from the country. So first of all, I want to ask to the audience here on site if there are questions. If not, then I'll start with my list of questions. Just aside one thing aside from the U.S. with the Lacey Act, do you know of any other country that has adopted any legislation on reducing on-demand reduction? We had meaning besides the statements regarding, for example, the declarations, aside from the Lima Declaration, do you know of any other country that has perhaps adopted legislation? Because I think this is a very important point, as I mentioned in my introduction. There are very important projects, there are important efforts also carried out by civil society. As, for example, the presentation that Paloma shared with us is very important. However, I do think that there is also the legal component, and as the resolution, the CITES resolution states, it's very important that these is applicable in terms of law. I apologize if there is no mic. I am not able to interpret. The interpreter apologizes. She's not speaking through a mic. So what are you referring to specifically with demand reduction? I apologize. I need to restate my question. So from the ministry, for example, there are some countries that have been working on this resolution, and that, for example, wildlife products, for example, such as fur or others, cannot be used for clothes or accessories because these are public domain assets. But when you're talking about demand reduction, are you referring to what specifically, or how do you perceive a government doing demand reduction specifically? Well, we have panelists that can help us reply to this question. What we refer to with demand reduction, this is actually part of one of my questions. This is a demand reduction in terms of awareness. Raising of awareness should be equivalent to demand reduction. Are they, let's say, on a parallel level? How do we manage this? How can we work with these? I know that in all Central American countries, and I am 100% sure of this, there have been certain educational programs focused. OIS has quite a strong program for all Central American countries, specifically the Dominican Republic, in terms of, for example, pet maintenance. For example, do not purchase wildlife animals as pets. All this is very much associated to regulations of countries in the region, at least the Central American one. However, from that point to actually think about fashion, for example, I am fascinated by this fashion topic. How can we involve other types of activities? We normally think about animals, of course, but perhaps there are other elements that can be involved. For example, the use of seeds, the use of seashells, actually, that come from invertebrate animals, right? In Costa Rica, for example, in terms of anthropomorphical species such as butterflies that also need specific regulations. I think I could expand on topics, and perhaps I'm providing much more questions than answers. I think in the work that you've led in Costa Rica, you're definitely at the forefront of this in terms of demand reduction awareness. And I think that it's great that you're giving these examples that you've done. This is actually one of the other branches towards I have questions on, but I know that we're limited on time. My question is, what are the institutions from the government, or what are the agencies of the government with which you can carry out this type of work with higher success? I think you are a country that has had quite successful cases. How have you achieved this? Who did you involve? What are the stakeholders in these activities? And who did the final user, for example, know about this? I mean, I think one of the key questions is the final users have this awareness about what are the consequences of, for example, illegal traffic, and perhaps they don't have full knowledge of what happens in the full range of the scale. Of the chain. Very quickly to reply to this question, I think one of the most important topics is that academia, organizations, and the state must work jointly to create these partnerships. And as a result of this, they can create this raising of awareness through different programs and activities to really approach the civil society at a general level. This is then linked to communication campaigns that can have high impact. And I think in this way we can really achieve an emotional and a societal level and also a governmental level to really achieve demand reduction? Very, very briefly to answer this question, well, we must give a closure to our session, but please contact the panelists if you want to forward them your questions. And it's key to have the support in these different success case studies, because in Latin America we have several of these and we must learn lessons from them. Thank you.
Their presentations very thoughtfully. So we wouldn't like you to lose the desire and for you to join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you very much.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being part of this panel where we will talk about the role of creative industries in the protection of flora and fauna of wildlife in Latin America and in the world. Today we will be joined by Tim Flash, UK-based photographer, renowned photographer for his endangered species photographies, but also by the linkage he has and the bond he has with these, and how we will talk about how he's been able to portray the bonds of people with endangered species and nearly extinct species. We also have Simon Mejia. He is the founder and leader of Bomba Estéreo Colombian band, and who recently is working in a musical record inspired and dedicated to natural sounds. Very much recommended work for those of you who haven't listened to it. And we are also joined by Elizabeth Unger, director and producer of the documentary Tigre Gente. This is a documentary that narrates the story about how the jaguar in the Latin American region is becoming the new victim of illegal wildlife trading in the Latin American region. And well, she will tell us a bit more about how they discovered this problem and what has been the impact of the documentary Tigre Gente within the region and the audience. So we can start by having you each tell what is the role, in your opinion, of the creative industries in terms of the protection and conservation of species, be these endangered or not, and how from the arts we can engage in this endeavor. So Tim, perhaps you could start by telling people what is the role from photography in terms of promoting preservation of flora and fauna specifically.
Hello, good afternoon. There's an interesting question about what is the role of the creative industry, and I'm a believer that this is one time when the arts and sciences, in a sense, should work collaboratively. And that one interesting thing is you can have, I think it was George Schorler, a very famous botanist, who said you can have the best science in the world, but unless emotions involved, it's not very relevant. And I think the point is that the arts deal with emotion and feeling and empathy. And it seems without empathy, you don't get pro-environmental outcomes. So I'm a great believer that it is a time to collaborate.
Simón, ahora cuéntanos tú cómo la música.
How did you reach this path in terms of supporting or protecting, or what is your inspiration for music to be surrounded by all this wildlife?
Yo siento, yo descubrí en un punto de hacer música.
In my musical path, specifically creating music here in Colombia, I discovered that folkloric music or traditional music here in Colombia, or from many parts of the world, but specifically traditional music, meaning the music that is connected in a way with the earth. For example, indigenous music in Colombia is deeply rooted to the earth, and music that comes from, for example, Africa, that came throughout time to the Americas is also music that is deeply rooted with the earth. And I think I have been very interested in all my career in a specific music, and we all come from, in a way, this traditional music of Colombia. So I realized what was the root of the root of the root of those type of music. For example, the sound of birds, the sound of water flowing, the rhythms of nature, and some instruments even are made out of natural elements. Therefore, it's a very deep connection. And it made me realize that music, at the end of the day, comes from nature. And in the sense that, to the extent that nature does not exist, well, music will also cease to exist. That's how I think of it. So I felt that, well, if nature and earth are endangered, well, music is also endangered. So that's how I started to bond with musicians and with artists, to think about these things and to also advocate for these things, and for people who like music to understand these things. And these are connections that are pretty subtle, that perhaps are not so tangible. And I believe that to the extent people are more connected with these subtleties from nature, from life, such as, for example, what we lived in the pandemic. Well, cities stopped, the world stopped, and people in the cities started to realize that birds sang while feeling them, right, out of their windows. And I think that actually made them relate to birds in a different way and to the sound of birds. And I do think that music has this power, and accompanied by the word and us expressing this, I think, is an effort of us raising awareness and perhaps overcoming this barrier that we've built that disconnects us from nature. And therefore understand that we all come from this primary uterus that is Mother Earth for us, humankind. And I think art can really powerfully convey this. This is done through the subtleties and the emotions language that connects people not only through reason, but actually through a feeling, through a heartfelt feeling, through intuition as well. And well, this combined with data and information that we now have at our disposal in social media and the news and the science that tells us, okay, the planet is at a critical point of climate change. And to the extent that people are more aware and that are perhaps more connected to that very much alive being that is breathing all the time around us, which is nature. Well, thank you, Elizabeth. Welcome, and thank you very much for joining us today. We have now heard a bit from a photographer and now a musician. And now I'd like to give you the floor, Elizabeth. As a director, as a film director, can you please tell us what inspired you to create a story and to tell a story where we specifically see a specific species, right, and the whole struggle, and perhaps even a hopeful message amongst the people who are actually fighting and struggling to save these species in the jungle. So Elizabeth, could you please tell us what was the origin of this idea, and what is the role perhaps of the documentary you made in this struggle or in this fight?
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being here. For me, being the director and producer of this documentary, the idea for this took place 7 years ago. I had a degree, a biology degree, and I was interested in wildlife conservation issues, but I did not want to write an academic paper. I really wanted to showcase this issue through a storytelling lens, and specifically through a really cinematic medium that is film, documentary film. I wanted to make something that was really beautiful and raw and riveting and character focused, to show two people's, journeys into this jaguar trade that's taking place across Latin America for the Chinese black market. And I think through what we did in the film, it's something that's very moving and enlightening and has a lot of meaning. It has the capacity to change hearts and minds from people, in living in the communities out in these rural areas, all the way up to the highest decision makers in government. And I think that that's the type of reach and access a film can have, instead of an academic paper, which is going to be read and analyzed by select few people in academia. And so for me, the journey to do this film 7 years ago, I thought it was going to take 6 months to do a short documentary about this issue. And it ended up taking 6 years. And now the film finally had its world premiere at Tribeca Film Festival in New York City last year. And we're embarking on an international film festival run. And we're speaking with a number of distributors to figure out where the film is going to land. So I'm excited to showcase the first 10 minutes of Tigre Gente at the reception tonight. And I'm looking forward to, hearing the reactions and getting a lot of people across the region to see this film. I think it's necessary to see it.
Elizabeth, nosotros vamos a tener el documental en el festival en Planet On, y ahí
your documentary in the Planet On Festival, and Well, this will be a very brief introduction for you to later watch the documentary, the full-length documentary in our Planet On festival that will take place in July in Colombia. So we already have seen the documentary and we're pretty moved by it. I think there are two important points in what you've all said. Firstly, to talk about these topics from the empathy and the emotion that these images, music, and the documentary film, for example, create, as well as data that the scientific community is conveying all the time, yesterday with the climate change report that we saw, and so forth. And I think my following question is for you all: how can we combine science with the emotion that arts convey, this capacity that art has to perhaps sensitize people to talk about these topics from emotion and feelings, to actually create change, to create actions that can really help us conserve, protect, or really change actions that perhaps increase or accelerate climate change? What is your opinion on this topic about how can we combine perhaps these two fields? Who would like to start?
I think this is a really interesting debate about, about the relationship between science and the arts. And as I said, this idea that there's a lot of amazing science out there, and it clearly isn't reaching into the public space to create social change. And so one of the things that I think historically artists have the capacity to understand how to work with empathy, how to work on the subconscious and the poetic. And that I think that what we need to do is have issue-orientated approach as artists. You look at those prominent debates that lie in that field of knowledge in the sciences. We need to be almost smart. We need to say, well, what sciences, what knowledge do we have out there, and how we translate that into the popular space, that people can grasp what's actually happening. Because I think and that's the role, I believe, that we have to play. In that sense, it means it's a transdisciplinary approach, where we're actually working as a team. And today we've heard Jane Goodall, for example, speak in a very emotive language about how we're losing the threads and how if it was a tapestry it would fall apart or disintegrate. The scientists themselves are starting to recognize that this idea of a kind of romantic, distant, non-human world might be too distant, and that we need to bring back and connect that sense of otherness into our world, that we can actually relate, make these things become personal, things that we can't but avoid and want to really care. If we truly care, then we can bring back these species from the edge of extinction. And that is something which the arts can collaborate and make those issues. But the key I would like to say is it's not enough to do just pretty pictures or beautiful music. It's actually something we have to be smart about. We have to identify what those debates are, and then, in a sense, translate them into the cultural space.
I would love to chime in, actually, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just to piggyback off of you, Tim, I think for my film, it's a really great point. We can't just make a movie and then, put a phone number or website at the end of the credits asking people to go. I think that can work, but on a larger scale, our team is trying to create an impact campaign that is sweeping throughout Latin America and Asia in order to work with the communities helmed by leaders in those communities to do what they think is culturally appropriate, really. We are trying to create something, empathetic and foster cross-cultural dialogue with people in these communities. And so I think in our film, Tigre Gente, you see a Hong Kongese journalist named Laurel, who is looking at this new Jaguar trade by weaving in and out of her own communities in Hong Kong and China, trying to understand the demand for Jaguar products and big cat products that are taking place over there. And I think that a project like ours hasn't really been done over the last decade with a lot of big wildlife crime thriller films. I think in our film, we really use empathy as a tool, editorially, stylistically, in order to show an audience that we will not be making any progress in this issue if we don't understand the other side. If we are not able to extend a hand and really just sit and listen to why products like this are even being desired by Asian communities, there is no shot for us to actually come together in a dialogue that's culturally sensitive and appropriate and work together in order to figure out a solution. So I think, I hope that there's more Chinese, Hong Kongese, and Asian representation in the media about wildlife trafficking, because it's simply just not enough to come at it from one point of view. You need to work in a diverse team in order to solve any of these issues.
Sí, el otro día escuché un concepto de Brian Eno, que es una persona que admiro mucho, y hablaba de que no.
And he said, we shouldn't be perceiving this moment of humanity as a climate crisis, but rather as a climate opportunity, as an opportunity to change the models in which we live, because people with abundant information that we all receive in social media, news, etc., people are overwhelmed, so overwhelmed that they can't really grasp what's happening. So what happens actually when we start collaborating from different disciplines and fields? Well, we can see things from perhaps a more enlightening perspective, and actually realizing that what we should all work towards to changing the models from which we relate to the earth. And I think that that is actually a more graspable change. Instead of thinking how we can change our economic model, it's about changing the ways in which we relate. And I think the arts is a really, really powerful tool so that people can really understand and grasp perhaps other dimensions of nature and what connection and disconnection can mean. And additional to this, I want to say that be it in the arts, music, film, internally, we as an industry must start being part of that change. Because there's all this work about raising awareness, of trying to understand local communities and so on, but our industry and the way it produces can also certainly change, as it's the idiom says in English, you need to walk the talk. And this is a long process. This hasn't certainly happened here, but I do believe that it's about also aiming the way in which we produce, from a music album to a film. We also need to understand that the way we produce generates a negative impact on climate, and I think that that should certainly be the way. And from the arts specifically, we need to also pressure so that other industries and audiences start also being much more aware for this to change. Well, I think that we have two different points that I would like to perhaps deep dive on. The first one makes reference to the relationship between the art, specifically the photographs, the music, and the film that you create, and how the audience perceives it. How is, for example, the audience attracted to a photograph? How perhaps that person didn't feel that animals so distant to their reality, which is what happens today, I believe, that we feel very distant to nature. And what Tim's work does is actually connect people's lives to that animal. And for example, in the work of the film Tigre Gente, is basically the community responding to a threat of a species that is not so known, and also an animal that has not been seen by most. Jaguar is actually sort of a myth in all the Latin American region. So I would like for you to tell us, how did you achieve through your work to capture those moments so that we as audience members feel moved from very deep emotions, and also feel the need to preserve these animals?
I can
Sure,
go first.
Elizabeth.
So I think in our film Tigre Gente, we were really struck by the level of mysticism and magical realism throughout the Bolivian lowlands in the Bolivian rainforest in Madidi National Park. It was palpable how incredibly ingrained stories about the jaguar and myths about the jaguar were permeating through the communities and the local law enforcement, like the rangers. So one of the main protagonists of the film, Marcos Usquiano, who is also, I believe, speaking right now at this event, he told us this really beautiful story about the Tigre Gente, which is people in the Bolivian lowlands believe that you can turn into a jaguar. And so when he was a kid, he tried. And he wasn't able to turn into one, but he vowed to protect the jaguar from that day forward. And now, you know, he's a ranger doing just that. And we wanted to tell that story really beautifully in the film. And I think it gives this gravitas and depth to the animal that a lot of people who are not from the Bolivian lowlands or this region know about. And it's just stunningly beautiful and something that I think pulls on heartstrings and just makes it that much more real and interesting to outsiders looking in and makes them care about this issue even more. And so we were really honored and grateful to, you know, showcase that story through our film.
Wow, there's a lot of thoughts there. Elizabeth, I think you're alluding also to this idea of conservation needing to be grassroots, which is another point where you have to have the ambassadors within the communities. But really, when we look at animals, many people don't necessarily witness those animals direct, as you alluded to about the jaguar. And so when I take pictures with my animals, I often question what those mean symbolically. You know, I take a photograph of a bat. You know, you have good bat, which is sort of Batman, puts the fear of God in the criminal world. You have the Dracula, the vampire. You know, you have this incredible amount of loaded symbolism. And each time I take an animal, it's not just the animal, but it's the whole cultural heritage that we have. And so, in a way, you know, there's a lot of discussions today about interdisciplinary, about sentient beings. You know, I was very surprised to hear the police chief talk about sentient, you know, feeling creatures and how we should care for them as part of that debate. And that's quite a change. Donna Holloway talks about interspecies. This is the idea that there's a kingship. You know, if we don't have this biodiversity, do we become less? So I think these are all kind of debates that are part of this heritage. You know, if we don't have those species, do we become less? And this idea of kingship, part of an extended family. And I think that as artists, we're constantly mindful of almost that poetic space, that almost nebulous space you can't quite describe, but you feel. And that's why I feel when you talk about solid science and you start entertaining the poetic, then I feel there's such potential to communicate and to message.
Vale, yo ahí quisiera como retomar el punto que hacía Simón, que
Simone was saying, which is why I was saying there were two parts to this conversation. And it's the power of the industry to change other industries and everything that surrounds it. The first thing we're discussing is what people see, the audience, how they receive them, empathy and how they can be connected, but then what is behind that production? And I think there's nothing better than speaking of a musical show and its impact and how musicians are asking themselves questions about their work to be able to reduce the impact in the environment so that we can begin to impact other species. How can we reach that process, and what is the path that the musical industry should go down, or the film industry? Well, it's not easy. Many people want to retire, but this is something that happens in all industries, really. For example, in the oil industry, the plastics industry. Sometimes we forget that, especially with the creative industries. We forget that they are industries as well. They are producing, they are creating emissions. Everything we do as humans have some kind of an impact. So I think it's an interesting part of the conversation, because this is something that has been going on for quite some time. But from the side of artists, we're asking ourselves many questions. How we can do things sustainably. But in any case, we say, okay, we can offset it in X way. If we say the only thing we're going to offset are flights, say, and how about land transportation? We could maybe offset it if we support a conservation project in the Amazons or in Africa or in Asia. So that side of things is something that can be controlled. But in other areas where artists can begin to apply pressure, such as, for example, the use of plastics. If there's going to be a music festival, there should be a policy of zero plastics. We already know it's something that can be done. Yes, it's harder or it's more expensive, but all of these changes will cost us more. But what's more expensive, what we're paying now or the impact it will have on the long term? So that's one thing. Or for example, doing more efficient tours, saying if I'm going from point A to point B, how can I reduce the space that I'm traveling by plane or by car, say, or the booths. There are some pioneers that are doing a tour now. They continue to using their private jets, but the flooring for the concert, when people jump, it generates the energy for the speakers of the event, for the sound system. So people arrive, say, in their electric bicycles or other places, or for there not to be garbage and plastic. This would be an ideal. We need to take steps in that direction, understand that it's little by little, one step at a time. But we can begin to apply pressure on the promoters, those who are producing plastics. We can begin to apply pressure because this change can happen. It's not easy, but it can be done. And I believe this leads us to another question. Also, for those who are connected via Facebook and that are seeing us, we can ask them questions, and I'm sure we will. But the other question for Team and Elizabeth, in line with what Simon was saying, and it's, how do you connect this data and share it with others? Because, of course, when you see an image or a photograph, but that photograph, when you don't have the full context, so sometimes you don't understand the full story behind it. So tell us a little bit more how we can begin to join efforts to change things. I know you've already shared how it can be done from creative industries, but from a photograph or a documentary, how can we begin to share the context or the messaging behind that image or documentary so people can understand the reason behind that photograph or that documentary?
These are the big questions. Viewers, I mean, it's interesting. We haven't really talked about. We're on the edge of the sixth mass extinction. We live in an age shaped by man, described by many as the Anthropocene. The idea that we're creating something where we're having choices today which are unique to our time, and I would suggest that we have to rethink the way we both depict animals or the natural world to connect us powerfully. Now, you asked me the question specifically about a particular image. Well, one of the things about the arts is much of it's ambiguous. That is that, ultimately it has multiple possible meanings. But as artists, it doesn't mean we're not interested in those potential different meanings. It's that there's a kind of slippage. So I spoke about the bat and the symbolism, the good bat and the bad bat, for example. But this is true of so many things. But this space is a really important space in the creative arts, that you have that kind of slippage of association. But the real thing we're dealing with, it's about this relationship between making something personal. For example, I was discussing a picture of the Kurdish child, the 3-year-old that died off the Syrian coast in Italy, that caused overnight our Prime Minister Cameron and Merkel to change the number of Syrians allowed in, just overnight. Why was one image why did it puncture the consciousness of people? I'll tell you my thoughts on that one. The child you see dangling, just the feet, and you see the Velcro shoes of that child. Now, if you're a parent getting your child ready for kindergarten in the morning, and you have that sense of the vulnerability, and Nick Yu's shot of the Napan girl that changed the course of the Vietnam War. Now, I'm talking about things that bring that sense of a distant, non-human world, be it wildlife pictures, into our space. To make that change, you have to personalize it and understand that messaging has to really puncture our consciousness. So in the same way certain images have transformed the history, it is the same that we have to do to the natural world. We have to figure out how to depict animals in such a way that we are connected to their stories. Now, you mentioned stories, very Nat Geo discussion about this idea of storytelling. We're telling stories, but we have to tell the right, we have to distinguish what those stories are. And I'm just a photographer, so I need to ask the really smart people who know those debates. And that is the thing, it's got to be collaboration. And we can't afford to be thinking we've got to transform our thinking processes. And when I say we live in the Anthropocene, a time, for example, I was speaking to a student about carbon. I mean, carbon apparently lasts in the air for 200 generations. It's permanent, it's forever. And so we've got to, in a sense, address issues in the sense of our time. And I think that is the difference. There's no generation that's had to think like that. There was a quote by Jonathan Bailey, who I work with, who said, it's never before been more important to connect people to nature, and that our future depends on it.
I think what's so interesting about the medium of documentary, it's kind of like an opposite problem than what a photograph has. You can share a photograph really easily online, you can see it in an instant. And it can have this unbelievable, piercing, as Tim mentioned, impact. It can have rapid fire, change. In order to showcase a 90-minute full-length documentary, you really need people to commit. And I think while you get a lot more context and you can really let that person sit with this piece of media for quite a while, it's still, a bit of a reach to get people right now who are used to short form content, clickbaity things online, getting their information kind of blasted to them in really fast messaging in order to really sit down and watch a 90-minute film. It's a big lift. And so I think to make a commercially viable piece of content that's both entertaining, that has, a soul, and it says what you want to say it's a tough thing to do. I think with our film, with Tigre Gente, we hope that this film can be considered a case study because even though the film showcases jaguars, this, beloved, macro fauna that a lot of audiences will take to, we think that these types of stories, putting the characters first, the people who are investigating this wildlife trafficking and seeing this issue through their eyes, done in this empathetic way, could be replicated and used for any other species. It doesn't just have to be jaguars. We can address these problems using a methodology that fosters, like I said, cross-cultural collaboration and dialogue, empathetic approaches, and understanding in order to really look at these problems across the spectrum on any continent where animals are being trafficked. So I think our film, alongside a diverse team, really thoughtful editorial decisions, and combined with a very strategic impact campaign, can have this massive impact that we're looking for. But as Tim said, we really have to do it in the right way. And promoting an image, one photograph is much, much different than promoting a 90-minute documentary. So I think having people across the board knowing how to work with different pieces of content and having teams that are strategizing around what exactly are you trying to say and what medium are you using is really important. And I will say that, in the conservation world, there's a lot of funding coming through from big sources that do not put storytelling at the forefront of what they would like to fund. And I think it's very important that funders, donors, financiers, whoever it is, actually lift storytelling up in their agendas and really understand that sometimes the research programs that they're funding or the conservation efforts on the ground that they're funding, which is incredibly important, will be bolstered by a media project, a storytelling project that can help this messaging and this work really shine through.
Simón, y en tu caso,
in your case, tell us a little bit about the process, how we can have music with sounds of nature can be sufficiently moving and have people want to listen to it and then take home a message that helps them to connect, that they don't feel so foreign. Well, music has power. Music is close to people, perhaps of the various arts. It's the one that most touches people. Because I feel that everyone have music as sort of the first thing you feel when you're in the womb. You feel sound, music. And that has to do with what we were discussing. The experience in the pandemic. We were speaking to friends of ours living in other cities, noisy cities such as Bogota. They were telling me, wow, I'm listening to birds that I had never heard before. And they were moved by that. They were moved because a bird that was living there was always living on the branch of a tree in front of their building, but they could never hear it because that sound was covered by the sound of planes and buses, etc. So there are nuances there. The power of sound. And music comes from there. Or at least the music that I've felt and interested in, that I have researched, has a deep connection with that. Flutes from the indigenous peoples of Colombia imitate the sound of a bird singing. The maracas imitate the sound of the water. The marimba from the Pacific coast of Colombia represents the flowing water. So these are deep, profound connections that go back, they are ancestral, that make music have more weight to it. It's not just entertainment, it's connecting us to the depths of the earth. And people connect. When people hear music, folkloric music, they connect to those roots we have as humans, rituals, dance, our connections to the gods of nature. And it's all sourced, or it comes from these sounds. So exploring it, apart from the fact that, for me, the sound of nature is one of the best symphonies, the best music that exists, because it doesn't have the order that we apply to music, but it's just sound in its maximum expression. It's beautiful. So being able to comprehend it as humans is something that I very much enjoy. I enjoy exploring, and I will continue exploring. And I feel that there can be connections when people hear it in their natural environment, especially in a country like Colombia, which is a nature-filled country for now. Yes, for now. I think we need to begin to close the session because I know we could spend more time discussing this with Elizabeth and Simon and you. I'd like for you to share a message with those who are here on conservation, what you're doing, what inspires you, and what encouraged you to be here doing what you are doing today. And what's brought us here together today, we're going to be sharing Tim's photographs with Simon's music and a portion of Tigre Gente. So we'd like to invite the people of Cartagena to come to the Torre del Reloj and turn this into something that has much more to do with community. That's the idea behind today. So I'd like to close with a message from each of you, for all those who are following us, a message about the empathy behind what you do and the inspiration that moves you to do what you do.
I think that the biggest takeaway that I hope audiences receive from Tigre Gente is that there needs to be a stronger Chinese voice in this conversation when it comes to wildlife trafficking. I knew one of the protagonists, the Hong Kongese journalist Laurel Chor. She's a fellow National Geographic grantee I met years ago. And I had never seen anyone like her in a wildlife trafficking documentary. And I think it's just about time that these voices need to be heard. It's incredible that it hasn't really been done that much up until now. And I think that we could all benefit by sitting back and listening from those communities. And I hope that people take away that from watching the entire film when they're able.
Today it's been really interesting. It's really been really intriguing for me to hear so many different actors today in the sense of disciplines. Even, as I said, the police chief talking about feelings of animals and the different communities. And one thing I really want to emphasize and I take away is how important it is for us to collaborate. Going back to this whole thing about, I often have photographed pandas, and I photograph tigers, and these are animals that we engage with. The greatest challenge we face is how we take the uncharismatic, how we take the things like soil blindness, how we take the things that actually define humanity's future, but are really challenging to communicate. And that's why I believe we have to explore, examine how to communicate powerfully.
Sí, yo también pienso que es acerca.
I also agree that this is about collaborating, and not only amongst artists, instead collaborating amongst us all. As Tim mentioned, we are at a breaking point on the decisions that are taken at all levels. I think these decisions are absolutely definite for the future of what we will live as a humankind on this planet. So of course, we from our different fields collaborate and we can create work, right? But this must be a joint work from all the different fields, from all the different sectors. Hopefully, politicians and policies are also important, even if we feel hopeless about them. At some point or another, politics and politicians are important, and people need also to be connected, and that we can really work as a great ecosystem that is really trying to save another ecosystem that is dying, because we are all part of the same at the end of the day. So I believe that the ultimate goal of what we do, and the ultimate goal of these collaborations, is to create this great joint group of human people that have a common goal that has to do with saving this ecosystem that we're losing. All right, well, thank you very much for attending, for joining us online as well. We'd like to invite you, for those of you who want to watch the full-length documentary, this will be available at Planet On, and we'll announce the schedule soon at planeton.com. And we want to thank the British government, the Ministry of Environment, and all the different parties that are responsible for us to be here today to talk about the creative industries and the role that we each have within this industry to really foster and accelerate this change that we all deeply need right now. Thank you, Elizabeth.
This panel. Thank you, Simone.